Hello? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know. I'm trying. Oh, everyone's on call, please. Kindly.
Hi, Matthew. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Who is that? Sorry, I'm not sure. I'm trying to check my screen. Is that Toby?
No, it's not. It's Ozioma.
Ozioma? You.
Yes.
I don't know you.
I
Hi,
don't
please.
know.
Oh, yes, I don't know you. Can everybody see my screen, please? Can you all see
Yeah,
my
we
screen?
can.
Yes,
Yes.
we
Okay.
can.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So, good evening, everybody. I hope you're all doing great. I hope you're all doing great, though.
Yeah, we are.
Please, I hope this section is going to be different from like the previous one. Everybody's going to be communicating, right? How many people do we have on the call? Stop me on the call. Toby, are you on the call? Is Toby on the call? Uh, let me see. Sorry, Toby is not on the call. Okay, so briefly before we start, let me just try to know let me try to know the people that is on the call. So if you are a student, can you just signify? Let's know how many students are here. Any students here, just signify by raising up your hand or something. Student on the call. Okay, just two students. Wow, interesting. Wait, Ajayi, Emmanuel, you're waiting for me to. So we have just three students on the call. That's interesting. That's improvement. Okay. So the rest of us. So before I conclude, the rest of us all we are not students. Either we are all working class, right? Or NIC, right? Please, I need us to say something. No, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
work if you are working class and you're working in an insurance company. So the three of you. Yeah, so let me just start the three of. There are four people now. So the four of you, is anyone studying actuarial? If you are not studying actuarial, drop your hand. If you are not studying actuarial, drop your hand. Okay, so the four of you are studying actuarial. Okay, that's nice. So it means my work is not going to be plenty on you guys' side. Okay, now you can drop your hand. So the people that are working class, if you're working in an insurance company, can you just raise up your hand? You're working in an insurance company. Working in an insurance company. Now that's when I know that some people are not hearing what. Those are my if I break your head. Working in an insurance company. Okay, just one. Okay. You can drop your hand. You are working. Sonia Olu, are you working in an insurance company? Now I want you to hear your voice, so,
Yes, I
right?
am.
Okay. If you are not currently working in an insurance company, but you studied actuarial. Raise up your hand. Currently working or NYSC, but you studied actuarial. Okay. Wait, Miriam. Is it the same Miriam that I know? Hello, Miriam.
I'm
Are
not
you the same
sure.
Miriam? Did you
I'm not.
finish? When did you graduate? Unilag?
Yes.
What you were there last year, right?
Yeah, I just communicated in January.
January. Were you the one that did that was the anchor to the last is it actuarial? The
Yeah.
last you're the
Yeah.
one. Oh, okay. Then I know you. Okay then. Okay. Okay then. It's okay. That's nice. Okay, so it means we all have a background. The main essence is I just want to know the demography of. You could all drop your hand now. I just want to know the demography of people that are on the call, so you know how well to do class today. Okay then. So thank you everyone. So I believe last week you had a class. Can anyone tell me where you guys stopped last week or the last class? Can anyone tell me the last class where you stopped? Please, I beg, I'm listening, I'm waiting. Oh.
Effective rate of discount. Yes. Effective rate of discount.
Effective rate of discount. So, did you do force of interest?
Yes, we did force of interest.
Did you do how to convert nominal interest to how did you do nominal interest aside effective rate of interest?
Yes.
You did nominal interest.
Yes.
Did you do all in one relationship, the formula that combine uh, force of interest with nominal um, force of interest with nominal
Yes,
and
we did.
then discounting?
Yeah, we
Yes,
did.
sir.
Okay. So did you enter simple interest?
No, no, we
No.
didn't.
Did you enter variable when the rates are varied, like when you don't have a constant force of interest?
No.
No.
Okay, okay. So we'll start from, let's see. You can confirm that you can still see my screen, right? So we're all on the same
Yes.
page. Okay, so let's see. Um, so Miriam, let me start with Miriam. Miriam, this formula that I wrote is equals to what? Give me another way to write this formula. What will it be equals to?
I can't see what you wrote. I'm really seeing like your screen with like something black. I'm not seeing anything that you're writing.
Is it the same thing for everybody?
Yes, sir.
You
Yes,
can't
sir.
see you can't see
Yes.
me showing
So
something on my screen.
No.
no,
Yes,
we
sir.
can't.
Okay, let me
Just a black
try.
background.
Let me stop sharing and start sharing again. What about now?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can
sir.
Any
see
Yeah. Can see now.
also.
so, can you see the formula I wrote there, Miriam?
Yes.
So what's another way to write this formula? What's the variant of this formula? Another way to write this formula?
Um,
Yep. There are various ways to rewrite this formula. So how can you write this formula in respect to um, annual effective rate of interest?
ln 1 plus I.
Yes, in I form. How can you write this same equation in respect to I?
I said ln 1 plus I.
Ln 1 plus I. Are you sure it will be equals to exponential minus this? Are you sure?
I'm almost sure.
Almost. Okay. I'll confirm from someone. Ozioma, is it the same?
I think it's minus ln 1 plus I.
You said minus ln.
1 plus I.
Let me see. So you said minus ln
1 plus I.
minus ln 1 plus I. So the difference is you are introducing minus.
Yes.
Okay. Soyaolu, is this correct? Soyaolu, is this correct? Soyaolu on the call again, or he has run away? Soyaolu, is this correct?
Yes, I think it is.
I think it is. Okay. Um, Let me see. Vicent. Sorry, I'm just trying to know that everybody is saying something. Vicent, if your name is Vicent, is it correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It is. Okay. Fortunately enough, I said, what's the variant of this formula? Force of interest is equals to 1 plus I. So if force of interest is equals to 1 plus I, if it's a constant force of interest, then how will exponential minus theta, or how will exponential minus force of interest times t be equals to this? Is it possible now?
No, sir.
Is it possible now? No. So that is why I said, were you taught the all-in-one formula? The all-in-one formula is this. 1 plus I, provided that I is equals to annual effective rates, is equals to 1 plus I raised to power equals to I raised to power of m divided by m. So let's put 1 plus I raised to power t is equals to 1 plus I raised to power of m divided by m times t, and is equals to e of the t, which is equals to v minus t, which is equals to sorry, something seems okay, which is equals to 1 minus d raised to power minus t, which is equals to 1 minus d raised to power m over m minus m times t. This is the all-in-one relationship formula. Is 1 plus I raised to power t, and it's the same thing as accumulation what? Factor. Now, this is the all-in-one formula. I did ask you what uh, that force of interest is. I asked you what is exponential dt. So it means if I look for the um, so it means if I look for expectation minus dt over t, and in respect to I should get what? 1 plus I raised to power minus t, which is the same thing as v of t, which is your discounting factor. So if you are to write discounting factor in respect to constant force of interest, you use expectation of minus force of interest times t, which is the same thing as what? 1 plus I raised to power what? Minus what? Minus t. I hope this thing is not strange. What I wrote is not strange. Is it?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. If it's not strange. So I have a question in. Sorry. So Aisha, which of these two is greater? Aisha, which of these two is greater? Kuku Aisha, which of this thing is great? Which of this one is greater? D raised to power 12 or D raised to power 2? Is she not here? Oh, now this is the issue where we have people that are online but not online. So let me see who else again. James, I know your hand is up, but I'm not calling you yet. Adenike Adeyeri. Which of these two is greater?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, which of these two is greater? D raised to power 12 and
D
D
raised to power 12, sir.
D raised to power 12 is greater. Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ayla Jennifer, are you with um Adenike? Do you agree that D12 is correct? Do you agree that D12 is greater?
D to power 12, sir.
Okay. Adenike Akintola, which one is greater? Do you also accept that D12 is greater? Adenike, do you believe that D12 is greater?
Correct.
Huh? What did you say? Is it correct? Adenike Akintola, are you saying something? Is it correct? Adenike is not there. Isaac, is D12 greater? Isaac,
Yes, sir. Yes,
is
sir.
D12 greater?
This one.
Okay. So let me come to James. James, do you agree to that D12 is greater?
I think D12 is smaller, but I can't remember the fact. I don't know.
Okay, James said that D12 is smaller, but then because I double check with everybody doesn't mean that everybody is wrong. Now, this is because I want to show this relationship. Sorry. Now, D12 is actually what's greater. And this is a relationship you should know. You should know this relationship offhand. That the more the D tends towards what? that in D to I, as D increase in respect to M, it become greater. But it become greater till it gets to what? Force of interest, a constant force of interest. So a constant force of interest. And then as I increase in respect to the periods, it become lower. Till constant force of interest. Constant force of interest can also be called I raised to power 365. That means when you are what? You are looking for the interest convertible daily, is the same thing as interest convertible continuous, and then with a constant interest of interest, you get what? Force of interest. So this is what is greater. So even though without solving, I can remember there was one, I don't know, maybe it's a past question or the main exam that they ask a similar question like this. And if you know directly, it saves you a lot of what? It saves you a lot of time. So everything is respect to all the all-in-one relationship. So, but today, what we are starting from is with simple interest. Yes. Simple interest. So now, what was previously talked about was compound interest, and compound interest is an interest that the value itself, the interest gains interest at every increase in period. So as the period increase, your interest and your the interest that you earn is not constant. Let me put it like that. So as the period increase, provided that no withdrawal is in the account, as the money increase, your interest also was increase. But for simple interest, your interest is constant no matter the amount of period that the money spent there. So if you put 2 million there and the 2 million spend 10 years, you will still get the same interest you had last month or last year. Is the same interest you have what next year. The interest is not going to change. But for compound interest, it is what? It is different. The more time your money spent, the more interest. Gosh, I don't know why this thing is hanging. The more interest you spend, I'm very sorry. I don't know why this is hanging. And the other thing I want to share, I can't share it. Okay. So the more time you spend, the more. Now, you know this formula, your accumulated value is equals to your initial value 1 plus IC, where A, your accumulation factor for a simple interest is equals to 1 plus IC. Now, this formula is the formula for what? For simple interest. Another thing you need to know is that within a year period, so what do I want to do? If I should draw a curve, 0, this is 1, and then 2 going forward. Let's see. Now, as the time period from 0 to 1, simple interest most time or always will be larger than what? Your value of simple interest will be larger than what? Than this is simple interest. Simple interest is linear. Simple interest is, and this is what? Compound interest. Now you can see that it is constant, it is linear because the amount is just increasing per the period, and it's just only the amount that is increasing. The interest gain is not increasing. So it moved linearly, it increased linearly. But if you notice, compound interest increase exponentially. That's why you have something like exponential DT when you have a constant factor, which you have something like this. Increase linearly. So within a year period, simple interest is higher than what? Than compound interest. And the essence of financial maths is not just only for you to come and use to write an actual exam. For everybody, whether you want to deviate to investments, you want to, for your personal life, your knowledge of financial maths is very key. So understanding this, because I know some of you now, if you want to invest now, just imagine James now. James have 200,000 that he need in the next 6 months, and then he says, James, which investments company you used to do, you used to invest your money in rather. James, which investment company you used to invest your money in? This is no longer the call. Abisoyi. Abisoyi. Abisoyi, are you saying something?
Yes,
Which
I'm here.
which company do you invest your money in? You know it's to invest. Chai. Inside life.
Hello.
So now let's imagine Abisoye used to invest her money inside AXA Mansard Investment Fund, or she used Piggy Vest.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's breaking. So now, if you are using this and they tell you, oh, they would give you, let's say 25% compounded what annually, but then James need his money in 6 months, compounded annually. Notes compounded annually. James need his money in 6 months, and then OPE or O Wealth says, oh, they do their own one with simple interest of, um let's say also 25% annually. Now, if James is investing for 6 months, based on this knowledge, let's say he has 200,000 for 6 months. Let's see how much James' money should be using that. So 600,000,
You
1
were
plus
calling
25%
me.
raised to power 0.5 for compound. And let's say 600,000, 1 plus 25% times 0.5. Using your calculator, which one should be greater? Is anybody doing the calculation for me? Is anybody doing the calculation for me?
Yes,
Nobody is
sir.
answering me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what's the answer?
For
What's the
simple
answer if you simple
The
interest
simple
and if
interest
you use?
is
675.
the simple
Okay,
interest is
compound
greater.
interest. So what of
Compound
compound
interest
interest?
670.
670,820.
So it means that if you are keeping your money for a lesser period than 1 year, which one should you use? Which one should you deposit your money into?
Simple interest.
Simple.
Simple interest. Now that is it. So you see that it's for your name. But if you see that your money is going to be, you want to keep your money for more than a year, you should look for interest that are what compounded what's interest. But again, sometimes the difference is not going to be if they now tell you that 25% is compounded, let's say semi annually. Now that's a different way because, or I think let's say like GT Bank investment or something, they compound, no, like AXA that I'm aware of, 25% convertible quarterly. What they do is they add your interest every what quarter. Now that is different from convertible annual. You will have a different, because before you get to 6 months, your what your interest would have entered into the amount and the money would have getting more, you have gained more interest. So like I was trying to portray that it applies into your what? Your daily life. Financial what math apply. Don't say you can't see my screen, but me, I can see my own screen. Is it same thing for everybody? You can't see my screen.
I see your screen.
Okay.
I see
So
your
now
screen.
note the difference. For compound interest, as the period increases, the amount that you earn increases. But as you what? But for simple interest, the amount that you earn over a certain period is what? Is the same. So let us solve this question. Just right. Set invest 100 now and 200 in 4 years in a fund. So invest 100 what? 100 now and 200 in what? In 4 years. With a fund earning 6% simple interest. How much is the fund value at the end of what? 10 years? Please solve and tell me the answer.
Please come again with the question.
Please, could you repeat the question?
So James invest $100 now. I'll be 100 naira now and 200 in 4 years. 100 now, 200 in 4 years in a fund that is earning 6% simple interest. What is the fund value at the end of 10 years? What is the fund value at the end of what? 10 years? Answer, please. It should not take long. Simple interest.
I think 432.
Okay. Any contrary answer? Okay, no contrary answer. So 0 times 4 and times what? 10. 100, 200, and then you're trying to find it here. So what do you do? 100, remember, is what? 1 plus IT times the amount. So that's 1 plus I is what? 6% times what? 10 years, because 10 period plus what? 200. 1 plus 6% times 4 to times 6 is 6 years, then times what? 6. And you have what? 432. So that's that for simple interest. Let's try another question again. Miriam deposits. So I'll just write out the main parameter, but you can listen to the question. Miriam deposits Y into an account. 2 years later, she made another deposit of 2Y. So she deposits what? Y into an account. 2 years later, she deposited what? 2Y. 3 years after her second deposit, she withdrew the account balance of 300. 2 years later, she deposited 2Y. 3 years after she deposited her second deposit, after her second deposit rather, she withdrew the account balance of what? 300. Calculate Y if the account earns simple interest of what? 8%. I believe everyone is solving.
Yeah, please, I just want you to. You said Marian deposited Y into an account. 2 years later, she makes another deposit,
Of
2Y.
2Y.
3 years, yes, 3 years after she deposited this, she deposited the second money, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
3 years
Okay.
after she withdrew the account balance of 300.
Account balance of 300. Okay.
So What is y if the account earned a simple interest of what? 8%.
If the account is an interest.
I don't think you should write the full question. You just need to understand the question so that you can solve.
Why 77.32?
177? No.
No, 7.
77.32.
Okay. Yeah. Someone posted 88.
Yeah, I got
Can you
I
double-
got I got 77.32.
Okay. Someone posted 88. Do you want to double check what you did? So the thing is, year 0, she deposited Y. 2 years later, year 2, she deposited 2Y. And then 3 years after, which is year 5, she withdrew an amount of what? 300. And the account is simple interest. So your equation has to be 300 is equals to Y1 plus 8% times what? 5 plus 2Y1 plus 8% times 3. And you have what? 300 is equals to Y3, because this is 1 and 2, 3 plus what? This is 8 times 5, and this is 2 times 3, this is 6. 6 plus 5, you have 11 times what? 8% times 5. Sorry, 8, sorry. 11 times 8%. And then Y is equals to what? 77.3196. So she deposited what's that? I hope it's clear. I hope it's clear.
Yes, it is.
Is it clear? Is anybody having issue in getting the answer? The person that got 88, did you see where you made mistake?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the next question is not clear. Victor, what part is not clear?
Sorry,
Victor,
is
can
that
you unmute yourself? Yeah?
yes? I'm unmuted. Is that 8% times 5?
This is 8% times 5. Yeah, because from time 0 to the final is 5 period.
Sorry, I didn't get it. I thought it was
The question
3 years.
said Y into account. So the question said Y into account. 2 years later, she made another deposit of 2Y. 3 years after a second deposit, not 3 years later after the first one. It was 3 years after the second deposit. So the second deposit was at time 2. So 2 plus 3 is 5.
All right, I get it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay. So next question is Victor invests 100 naira into a fund, earning simple interest of I. Calculate the time required for his investments to double. Double. So,
Sorry, please, can you come again with the question?
I will definitely come again. So, Victor invests 100 naira into a fund, earning simple interest I. Calculate the time required for his investments to what? To double. Calculate the time required for his investments to what? To double.
I'm having
What
1
be
over
that?
I.
Okay. I don't know the answer to. So I want to work on Kodo's answer. Any different answer? So someone said 1 over I.
1 over I.
Okay. 1 over I.
1 over I.
1 over I. Are we all getting our answer 1 over I? So maybe all of you have 1 over I. Maybe I should not even solve it since I don't even know the answer. So anybody have a different answer? Any different answer? Or you are not
Yes,
getting
I
1
have.
over I?
I got 1 over R.
R. Where did you see R?
Maybe I didn't get the question. Let me read what Victor.
Okay.
Victor invests 100 naira into a fund, earning simple interest I.
Yes.
Calculate the time required for his investment to double.
Okay. So what do you now say your answer is?
Where is my mistake? 1 over R. Rate.
Where did you now get R since you said it's I?
Let me check again. Please, let me just cross-check. I think there is a mistake somewhere. Let me check. Just a moment.
Okay. So, since this is the general formula, 200 is the double of 100 equals to 100, and then 1 plus IT. So you have what? 200 over 100 is equals to 1 plus IT. And then you have what? 1 is equals to what? 1 plus IT. Sorry. 2 is equals to what? 1 plus IT. IT is equals to 2 minus 1, which is equals to 1. And then C is equals to 1 over I. So it takes 1 over whatsoever the simple interest is to get what? The time period to what? To double. So Kingsley, I don't know where you got your R from. But then,
I think no. I think I saw the mistake. It's supposed to be the time would be 1 over I. Instead of writing I wrote 1. That was where the mistake came from.
So
Yeah,
please. Yeah. So now I want to just digress a bit from the class, to just explain on something. Is one thing that is going to be very important for you. FM, I don't know how many of you here on this call might have written P, and this might be your first actual exam. One thing that is going to be very important for you in passing exam FM and passing its exam FM comfortably is that you need 2 things, 2 essential things. But maybe it might not be 2, but don't mind me. I want to Maguire to perspire. Number 1, you need to know how to draw the number line. Your ability to be able to sketch out whatsoever the question is on the number line is a key to success, because they can structure it in any way and write the question in any way. But if you can draw it on a number line or a timeline, you are easily going to pass the exam. And because you can draw it on a timeline, it makes it easy for you to solve it. And the second thing you need to know or to do or to have is a BA2 plus or not plus calculator alongside. Because I know every one of you already have the default TI, or you would have the default TI-TX 40 view. But for this particular exam, after you get this calculator, also get this what? Calculator. In all that getting, get these 2 calculator for this exam. Get these 2 calculator. You might not buy it. If you do not buy it, maybe you have a friend or someone that is writing CFA. They will definitely have this BA2 plus calculator. So ask them for the calculator that for the exam. If they cannot borrow you before the exam, ask them for the main exam, or ask anybody that is both a investment person and actuary. If you want to be an investment person and you also want to be an actuary, you need to own this what? this calculator. Now, this calculator is purely financial based. So every calculation, most of the things you'll be calculating, you might not even need to write it. If you can draw the number line, you can use this calculator to answer it without even penning down anything. Without penning down anything. You will solve it with this calculator. And I think there are some questions in the exam board without this calculator rather, the only way you can solve the question is by trial or error. Example, calculate question that will give you in respect to look for I, to look for the effective interest rate. Without this calculator, the possibility of getting I is so long that it will save it, you waste all your time in the exam board. But this calculator is going to give you the answer in an instant. In all you're getting, get this calculator and start practicing it now. But like I mentioned now, you might not have to buy it. You might just need to borrow for someone. So how to practice it now? Whether you are using iPhone, whether you are using iPhone or Android, you can get this calculator. For iPhone guys, if you are using the Apple, for Apple people, download BA Cal, the free version. But if you are big, you can download the paid version. Download BA Cal. Let me see if I could get screenshot. Yes, download BA Cal. For Android people, let me quickly just check my Android to tell you the name on Android. Just 1 minute, please. I'll just check my Android. Yes, the same name for Android, BA Cal. It is free. And then start what? Using it to what? To practice. Let me just clear a screenshot from my phone and then snap it how it will look like whether Android. I'm going to send the screenshot from okay, okay. Let me see. So I'm coming. I want to just drop the charts how the calculator is. Why is essential is because from this class, a lot of our question, when I solve it, I will explain how to use the calculator. So yeah, that's the calculator. Because we'll have to use the calculator in solving some of the questions. So I think I've answered, I don't know, someone asked that question. Olufemi, yes. I would some of the question I'll answer with that calculator and tell you how to answer it with that calculator. So you must have that calculator to know. I hope it's clear. Hello,
Yes,
can
it's
you hear
clear.
me? And I know some people say they
Yes, it's
cannot hear
clear.
me. I'm definitely sure it has to be their network. Okay, so now the next thing we need to go to is variable force of interest. Now, remember I said force of interest, when it's constant, it is just equals to exponential dt. Or sorry, if you want to calculate, let's see, if you want to calculate b of t, you just need to do exponential dt if you are calculating. But not all the time will you be getting the force of interest to be what? To be constant. How do force of interest really come about? Force of interest is the same thing as what? Hazard rates. Any of you that did statistics, hazard rates is an instantaneous force. And it's the same thing as what? Force of interest in financial maths, which you see later on when you're doing actuarial, is also what we call mortality, force of mortality. They are all similar, gotten from what? Hazard rate. And how do you get hazard rate? Hazard rate is what? F of x divided by something like S of x. if I'm correct. It's the same thing as force of interest. Is delta T is equals to change in the accumulation factor divided by the accumulation what? Factor. Change in the accumulation factor divided by the accumulation factor. And if you notice, calculus 101.
Guys, so
Calculus 101. D over dx of ln g of x is equals to what? Can anybody tell me what is it equals to? Anybody? Is anybody a friend of calculus?
It will be d dx of gx all over gx.
D dx of gx all
Yes.
over what? Gx.
Yeah.
Which is the same thing as g prime of x over what? G of x. So it means if you look at this one, we can also write it as what? Is equals to what? D over dt ln a of t. And when you have this, it means you can differentiate. If you look for the integration of both sides, you have integral 0 to t of t is equals to what? Ln a of t, which transform into a of t is equals to expectation of integral 0 to t changing t. Now you can see that if the t is a constant, a of t will be equals to expectation, be exponential t, which is the same thing as 1 plus I raised to power t. So this is the formula you need to know. Let me emphasize the formula you need to know. That is just the proof. The formula you need to know is that a of t is equals to expectation integral 0 to t, the t, not t, we cannot use t to repeat. That will not be. Let's use du over du. When you are starting from what? 0.0. But if you are starting from, let's say, a case of if your accumulation factor is like x, you are starting from calculating at time t2, you are starting from t1 to t2. Your accumulation factor to be used is going to be equals to expectation of what? This formula transforms to what? T1 to T2 du du. So these two formula, this is from starting from 0, and this is starting from point T1 to what? To T2. So this is the formula for calculating variable force of what? Of interests. So when your force of interest is not constant, is varying, you use what? The default. But even though it's constant, so you can use this formula even though it's constant. Even though it's constant, data is not changing. So when you put in your value, the value is not changing, and then you have what? Your answer. Is it clear? Before we start solving question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's solve question. Let me solve one first and then pass it on to you to what to solve so we can see. So write this question down. Uh, Fund A accumulates interest. Fund A accumulates interest with a cost of interest of delta t is equal to 0.01 t square. So cost of interest of delta t is equal to 0.01 t square, where t is ranging from 0. Uh, Kingsley deposits 100 now, and in 2 years, 200. So Kingsley deposits 100 now, and in 2 years' time, he deposited 200 into that fund. What A? What is the value? What is the fund value at the end of what 4 years? Did you hear the question? A fund value has a cost of interest of what? Delta t is equals to what? 0.01 t square, where t starts from what? Points greater than or equals to 0. And then Kingsley what? Deposits 100 now. And then in 2 years' time, he deposited 200 into that fund A. What is the fund value at the end of what? 2 years. Again, like I said, draw your number line. Sorry, thing is hanging. Trying to switch. So when you draw the number line, 0 is in point 1, 2 is in point 200 is in point 2, and then you have what? You are going towards 2.4. So this is the number line, 100, 0, 200, and then point 4, you have what? The money. This is moving to this place, this is moving to this place. So what do? Is 100 A of what? 0 to 4 plus 200 A of what? 0, sorry, 2 2 to 4. A better way to write it so that you can easily know what to do. So that's 100 expectation. We are moving forward. So accumulating factor from 0 to what? To 4, 0.01 t square dt plus what? 200 expectation from 2 to 4, 0.01 t square dt. If you integrate 0.01 t square, you must remember your integration. When you are integrating x of n, ax of n, when you integrate it, it becomes what? Ax of n plus 1 divided by n plus 1. So it means this becomes what? 100 expectation of what? 0.01 t raised to power 3 divided by 3 from 0 to 4 plus what? 200 expectation of what? 0.01 t raised to power of 3 divided by 3 from what? 2 to 4, which I believe you should know how to find that value on the calculator. Is anyone having any issue with calculating it on the calculator? So we know how to proceed from there. So using calculator, this first part become 123.7797. And calculator for the second part. $241.0451. And when you sum the two answer, you should get what? 364.8248. Any problem with how to break down this question? Did anybody understand? Someone's hand is up. Can you proceed with your question?
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir. So, talking about how to use the calculator. So, with this Casio calculator that I currently use, but I hope to change very soon, we can use the integral function directly. However, I believe the calculator we're using for
Please.
exam
So,
does
I
not.
did okay. Let me cut you before you continue.
Okay.
Please, because you are planning to write the exam, a calculator that is not accepted, don't even use it during the exam. I said
Exactly. So, how did you
TI
go about it?
30 TI30X. For iPhone users, I'm not sure there's a free version. But for for Apple users, I'm not sure there's a free version. But for iPhone, hey, child, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. For Android users, you can download Cal 30 and start practicing until you get your own. Don't use Casual.
Yeah.
So is it clear?
Yes, sir. So, in that calculator, is there a way we can like calculate this? Because I'm sure that integral function will not be there.
Yes, it's not going to be there. You have to know integration.
Okay,
Sorry
we'll
about
do
that.
everything manually, no
By
calculator.
God grace.
Okay, I thought you did some shortcuts after the
No,
export.
I remember this, and then I use this to get this to this, and then you just need to put in your value. Remember, when you put in your value, it has to be f of a minus f of b, where you have
Yes, sir.
integral b to a of f of x. So, sorry, f of sorry, sorry, f of a to b. So the upper one minus the second one, the lower one. So I put in 4 into this value and then put in 0 into this value. The value I get, subtract it, and then do the exponential.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that clear,
I was doing
Adejoke?
it manually, so I was wondering if there was anything I missed out. That was why I asked.
No, 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 no. It was done. You do it manually.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Aside from that, any other question? Is the working clear? Is the working clear?
Yes, the working is clear, sir. But is it possible for you to use a thicker pen
Mark.
to write? Because this is quite light and I'm straining my eyes to see this.
Okay, let me see. I've enlarged it again. Let's see whether it's better. Sorry about that. You just tell me later. Let me clean. But is this clear? Aside from that, I'll try to expand that.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. So no question then. Next. So your question now to solve, everybody. Let me call the parameters and why you solve it. Who just asked me something? Okay. Adejoke. Yes. The
Yeah.
question. No, I want to call question out. So I decided to
Okay,
use your
sir.
name. Adejoke deposits 100 on January 1st, 2016 into an account. Adejoke deposits 100 on January 1st, 2016 into an account earning a force of interest of 0.04 C. Person that complained about the marker, I think it's right now, right?
Yes, better. Thank you very much.
Okay. So this is the force of interest. where T is the number of years from January 1st, 2013. Listen to the question. Adejoke deposits 100 on January 1st, 2016 into an account earning a force of interest of this, where T is the number of years from January 1st, 2013. What is the fund value on January 1st, 2026? So solve, please. Any answer, please. Sorry? Any answer, please.
I'm having 371.1864.
Okay. Any contrary answer? Or do you agree? For me, I did not agree, but I don't know. I might be wrong. Anybody is with me on that did not agree that that's the answer.
So please, can you read the question again? Just briefly.
The question is that Adejoke invests what did she invest? 100 on January 1st, 2016 into an account, earning a force of interest of this, where T is the number of years from January 1st, 2013. What is the fund value on January 1st, 2026? So is everybody with who just spoke? Who
It's
gave me an
me,
answer?
Mary.
Okay, Mary.
Mary, Mary
Is everybody
normal.
okay, Mary? Is everybody with Mary? Okay, no, I have some people that are not with Mary.
Sorry, what?
So someone read 283. Yeah?
Is
Sorry?
giving 372.
372. Okay, that means you're with Mary.
When is giving 372?
Yeah, he said 317. I said that means you are with Mary now. Mary is 371.1.
371.
So 371. Okay.
0.19.
Okay. Any different answer? I can see one different answer. Any other different answer? There's nobody getting my own answer. Ni. Any different answer? There are about 19 people on this call, and I've only heard 3 or 4 people drop their answer. So what happened to the rest? You are not solving it. The rest are not solving it. Ni. 604.96. I don't know what that means. Sorry. What do you mean? $93. That one is far from even my own answer. Okay, then. Now, draw the number line.
My answer is 371.8.
Draw the number line.
371.
Point zero. Point what? Point 10. 100.
That 371.19.
This comes with the room and this
So, Toby, your hand is up. Is there a question?
the furniture is
Adijoke, your hand is up. Is there a question?
Oh no, I did not take it down since then.
Okay, so with number line, I want to ask how many people draw this first number line and how many people support this second number line? So if you are in support of the number line should be the number one, raise up your hand. If you are in support of the number line number one, raise up your hand. I am waiting for hands up. If you're in support that the number line should be number one, hands up. There are 37 people on the call aside from me, so there should be like 34. Hey, someone, your speaker is on. No, you need to off it. That you're on the call. So only 2 people is in support of number one. Okay. If you're in support of number 2, raise up your hand. Support of number 2, raise up your hand. Some people I did not choose. Oh, if there are 30 something people on the call and 17 is just raised, only 19 people have raised up their hand. I don't understand though. The rest, where are you? Some are going up, some are coming down. So we have 18 people here. So the remaining people on the call, where are you? You can lower down your hands, please. Thank you. Now, if you use this, you should be getting 300. If you use this, you should be getting 371.1864. This is wrong because they told you that C from the question is the number of years from 2013. So it means the exponential has to be from 0.3 to 0.13, which is the same thing as 0 to 10. But 3 to 13 would not give you the exact value you would have gotten if you have used 0 to what? To 10. Because the starting point of the force of interest is not as 0.0, It's not at point, it's not at year 2016, it's at year 13. And then you are now supposed to do it with what? 0.04t divided by 0.02t square plus what? Plus 1. And how do you integrate this? This is where, in this particular aspect, your integration has to be top notch. You have to go and do revision on your calculus if you have forgotten calculus. Because we have something that we call integration integration. We have something by integration by substitution. And integration by substitution is if you see that an element of your integration, or if you integrate a value, you have something related to it. So if you have something like substitution of any form. So if you notice, it's the same thing as what? Your value is going to be the same thing as so if you notice, if you differentiate 0.02t square plus 1, if you differentiate it, you get 0.024t, which is what you have what on top. So your value to integrate should be 100 expectation of what? Ln 0.02t square plus 1 from what? 3 to what? To 13. And when you put that final, you have what? 100 explanation of 1.3115. It is important, and you get what? The answer that I told you earlier, 371.1864. It's important that your integration be sharpened to be able to what? Oh,
I didn't see any survey you did, though. I was just saying.
yeah, I just noticed too. Let me share and unshare. So this is the first one, the integration. You have f prime of f of x. You have this first step, second step. When you differentiate this, you have this, which leads you to this step, and then you have this. When you have this, you have this, and then you have what's this. You have your integration skill must be what? Top notch in this aspect. Your integration skill must be what? Top notch. So let's solve similar question again. I hope it's clear. Is it clear, please?
No, sir.
Not really. Please, can you integrate again?
Sorry.
Integration, yo. This is not calculus class, so but you have to go and do rehearsals on calculus class. So let's see. Remember when I was doing force of interest, I told you how force of interest is derived. Is that if you have what? D over dx of f of x over f of x, it is the same thing as what? Ln f of what? X. Is the substitution method, something like that, in any form. So if you notice, the lower of what? 0.0t2 square minus plus 1. When you differentiate it, you have what? 0.04 T, right? Plus 0, which is 0.04 T. Which, if you notice, is the same way this question is framed in the same way as this. So it means the question, this one becomes what? Integration of what? 3 to what? 13 d over dt of what? Ln 0.02 t square plus 1, which become ln 0.02 t square plus 1 raised to power from 3 to what? To 13. When you solve this, you get 1.311. 1.3115. And then remember, the question is really exponential 1.3115. And you have what? 37164. That is your what's your answer. Is it clear now? Is it clear? Nobody's saying anything. Is it clear?
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Okay. Let's solve one more question. Fund A accumulates interest with an accumulating factor 8C. So fund A accumulating factor of what? 1 plus 0.03 T, where T is greater than or equals to 0. Fund B accumulates interest with an accumulating factor of 8T is equals to 0.05 T square plus 0.03 T plus 1. What is the force of interest at time T is equals to 6 for what? For fund A and fund B. So you have fund A accumulating factor of 80, 1 plus 0.3 T, T greater than or equals to 0. You have fund B accumulating factor of 0.05 T squared plus 0.03 T plus 1, where T2 is greater than or equals to 0. They say what's the force of interest at time 6 for both fund A and fund B? What is your answer? What is your answer? What's the force of interest at what? At time 6 for both of them? Anybody? Okay.
I'm having 22.
22 for which one? Fund A or Fund B? Which one?
So for fund A, I'm having 2.54.
Okay.
For fund B, I'm having 16.23. Right.
For
For
Fund B, I'm
Fund B,
having
what do you have? Huh?
I'm having 16.23.
Double checks Fund B again. Something seems to be off.
for Fund B, I'm having 21.1409%.
Okay. Yeah. So again, remember that force of interest is equals to A prime T over A of T. So if A of T if A of T is equal to 1 plus 0.03 T, A prime of T is going to be equal to what? 0.03. If AT is equal to 0.05 T, what's A prime of T is equals to what? 0.1 T plus what? 0.03. So it means delta 6 for fund A is going to be 0.03 divided by 1 plus 0.03 raised to power 6. And delta 6 for fund B is going to be equal to 0.16 plus 0.03 divided by 0.056 square plus 0.036 plus 1. This should give you 21.1409%, and this should give you 2.5424%. I hope it's clear. People that were getting wrong answer, I hope you can see where you made a mistake. Someone say something?
Sorry, I can't see yours. I can't see your screen.
I think it's only you that have that problem. Could you log out and log in or something? So is it clear, everybody? Aside from the last person that just spoke. Is it clear?
Yes,
Yes,
it is.
Okay. So now let's quickly go into time value of money. After time value of money, we'll go on a break before we come back to do annuities. So I'll do introduction to annuity, and from the next class going forward, the person would work more on annuity. But the annuity I think is a lot, but I hope we'll be able to do it fast. So now, let me see. Abiso, are you on the call or you don't run away? Abiso, are you on the call? She's not on the call.
Yeah, I'm here.
Your network is not good. Abiso, your network is not good. See your live outside. Miriam.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So Miriam, I have one spare money in my account that I want to give you. Right? Are you interested?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, okay. But then there are two options. I can either give you the money now of $100, or I give you the money next 3 months, same $100. Which one will you prefer and why?
I'll take the money now. I can invest the money somewhere and make more in the next 3 months. I'll collect the same $100 from me in the next 3 months.
Child. Miriam, remember, remember, it seems you have this your investment. You are really good on it too. Not even once this thing. But then everybody also agree with Miriam that that's what you do, or someone have a different option. You collect in 3 months. You don't know. Miriam, what of it is 100,000 naira?
And same thing. That's something I'll do.
Okay.
If
So
I have a different opinion.
okay, who has a different opinion?
Yeah, if I have an idea, if I'm comfortable on quote, but I know it's not possible with the present economy in Nigeria. But if I'm comfortable on quote and you have already promised that you give me that money in 3 months, if I have an idea that dollar will increase, the value of dollar to naira will increase, I can tell you to hold it for me in 3 months. I will collect it.
But you still
That's
collect
from a different
100,000.
perspective, anyway.
But you still collect 100,000.
Naira.
Yes.
I thought you are saying dollar now. Did you change it
I
to
said
naira?
I changed it to naira, man.
No. Give me the money now. I thought you are saying dollar. If it's dollar, you can give it to me in 3 months' time. If it's naira, give it to me now. Don't worry. I know it's easy to do. Don't worry.
Inside life, see Igbo man, trust Igbo man anytime. But anyway, the main essence
Don't worry.
of
Don't
what
worry.
the main essence what
The
I'm trying
reason
to
is
say
that
now
naira
is,
depreciates. Yeah.
but dollar too depreciates now. But the main reason why I'm trying to say, which Miriam had captured everything, but Miriam, the last time I checked, I just checked my account now, it not reach up to 100. Sorry. Yeah? I would have given you, but my account did not reach up to 100. So the thing I was trying to
How
point out
much
with
is there?
Miriam,
She'll take it like that.
no, it's only 100. The deal was 100. The deal which I'm trying to capture is that Miriam had she had explained it fully, is that the money now and the money 3 months, even the same $100 is not the same. Why it's not the same is that she has the opportunity of collecting the money now and investing it. By the time when I'll give her that same $100 in 3 month time, that irrespective of whether it's simple interest or compound interest, that money would definitely not be the same in 3 months time. Which Kingsley had indirectly told us why is something about inflation. Inflation reduced the value of what? Of money. So that brings us to what we call time value of money. You have to know at what point the money is given, and you cannot evaluate the money the same way, which can be similar to something. I might say, okay, let's look at it. Miriam is my investment guru here. Miriam, are you still there?
I'm still here.
I still have $100 to give you now, right? Forget the fact that my account doesn't have $100, but I have $100 to give you now. And then in 6 months' time, I have $150 to give you. Which one will you collect?
I'll collect 150 in 6 months' time.
Okay. What of if in 1 year time I have 150 to give you, or I can give you 100 now? Which one will you collect?
I'll collect 150.
Okay. What of if in 2 years time I can give you 100 now, or 150 in 2 years time? Now the answer is changing. The first time it was instant. The second time it was a bit slow. Now Miriam is thinking a lot. Why? Why the existence? Why are you hesitating?
Like the money is the same in 2 years' time. That means like the interest is lower because of the number of years. And I'm thinking, would there be like a better interest that you can get because if you take 100 now, will you be able to make more in 2 years?
So Miriam, let me go back to that first question. When I say I'll give you 100 now, but in 6 months time, I'll give you what? 150. Let's imagine that there is a sure risk-free rate dollar investment that will give you 70% of any amount you put in now in 6 months time. Will you still pick your 150?
No,
Why?
because I'll make more in 6 months' time. I'll make about 170.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. So now you can see that irrespective of the money now and the money in future, 100, which as you can see from Miriam's hesitation, is that when she felt that based on our understanding of what is available in the markets, if she invests her same 100 into a portfolio for the next 6 months, she's not going to get 150. But immediately I gave her an extra information that there's a risk-free market of 70%, which I mentioned risk-free. I did not just say there's a market of 70%, because she can invest her money inside Bitcoin and then they say 70% today, by 6 months is already minus 20, right? But then our valuation of what $100 worth now and what 150 worth now, even though the money are not the same, differs. That's the same thing, and that's what time value of money is essential is trying to tell us, is that even though some monies are different, you can say, oh, collect. I think the best way they used to do it is they used to use this money analogy to scatter people head is lottery. They'll tell you, oh, yeah, come and pay lottery, and whoever win lottery is going to take $1 million. Let me assume that's the normal lottery, $1 million. You are fortunate enough to win the lottery, then you now expect they'll give you $1 million now. They'll not say, no, sorry, that the $1 million they are thought is they had extended it for a long time, that the total nominal value is 1 million. But when they now bring the money back to today, since they'll ask you an option, do you want the 1 million now or you want it spread out? You say, you want your 1 million now. Then you now see that if you collect your 1 million now, they'll now be giving you a value of maybe 900,000 plus. Now say, but you promised me 1 million. They'll tell you, the 1 million that they promised you is an amount that they intend to pay you nominally over a certain period of time. But because you demand it now, they discount all the money from the various years to what? To now. And that system is called what? Time value of money. Is that money at each period valued differently depending on the available risk-free market or depending on the available effect of what? Of inflation. So inflation might be that bad that your money at 100, is there probability where inflation is? Yeah. But I'm not sure it had happened in a long time. Definitely not Nigeria, where we have negative inflation, where the money in the future is greater than the money in past. I'll check it out. I think I've seen it somewhere before, where they had negative inflation. Now, if they had negative inflation at the rate of 100 to 100, it means 100 in future is better than 100 now. Oh, Japan. Yeah. You see, I trust Miriam on that. 100 in what? In future is better than what? 100 now. Why? Because it's a negative what? Effect. So time value of money. And why this is essential is because the next topic that we are going to enter after the break is annuity. And in annuity is a lot of where you collect a constant certain of money at different points. You need to know at what particular point is when you are valuing the money. At what point are you what? Are you valuing the money? So you need to converge, or you need to converge all your money points into that particular what? Time period. So I've said a lot. Let's look at a certain question. So let me try to see. We invest X today. Invest X today. Right. You invest X today. Same thing. Invest X today, and in 5 years' time, you invest what? Y. And as at time 8, the total money is now what? Z. You invest X today rather. Y in 5 years' time. At time 8 is now what? Z. Can you express, which of these time value of the money is valid. I'm coming. I want to write the time value of the money. So I'll call people and then you tell me why it is valid or why it is not valid. So first one, x plus y v5 is equals to z v8. This is A. B, x1 plus I8 plus y1 plus I3 is equals to z. C, x1 plus I3 plus yv2 is equals to zv5. D, x1 plus I6 plus y1 plus I is equals to zv2. One of them is wrong or one of them is right or more than one is right. You just have to tell me which one it is. E, x1 plus I raised to power 4 plus y is equals to zv4. So I'll call different name now and then you just tell me. I'll ask you A, B, or C, which one. I'll just ask you which of them is correct in respect to the timeline. Oluwatobi, is Oluwatobi on the call? Like Oluwatobi, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so is based on this timeline, is A valid?
Yes, sir.
Why is it valid?
Using my number line, we are accumulating, we are
What time
discounting,
period? So what time period are we looking at A to make it valid? Yes.
and we are using time 0.
Okay. So what did we do to the money since we are looking at this at time 0? How did we make all of them equal?
Yeah. So we are discounting Y and discounting Z.
Okay.
Time 0.
Okay. Thanks for that. Latifat Sani. So A is correct. So because so for A, we are considering it at time 0. So we took this backward and we took this what backward. So X doesn't have any effect. Y is discounted 5 times and Z is discounted what 8. Okay, so Latifat Sani, are you there? Latifat, Latifa. Okay, Latifa is not there. Olufemi Ezekiel.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so question points. B, is B valid?
Yes, B is valid at time 8.
Okay, so what did we do to it to be valid at time 8?
We accumulated X to time 8. We accumulated Y to time 8, and Z is still Z at time 8.
Okay, thank you for that, which is the same thing we just went back. This, so since we are time 8, Z doesn't have any effects. X moves forward 8 times and Y move forward to the difference between 5 and 8 to 3. Nkirika, I'm not sure you're online, but I'm seeing you here. Is Nkirika, are you there? Nkirika, are you there? Okay. Oyebadejo, peace, are you there? Oyebadejo, peace, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, if you are there, is C valid?
Yes, it's valid.
Okay, why is C valid?
Okay. Accumulative according to the timeline, it is also accumulating X to time 3, accumulating Y, and discounting Y to time in
Okay, thank you. So
time
it
5.
means okay, it means 3 is our reference point, as she said, and you
Yes.
accumulate this, you will discount this because you are going backward, and the accumulation is by 3, discounting here is 2, discounting here is what? 5, and 3 is valid. Okay. Uh let me see. Kayode Ojo, is 4 valid? Is D valid? Kayode Ojo, are you there? Kayode Ojo, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, is 4 valid?
No,
Why is it not valid?
I don't think so.
Why?
Because I think if it's meant to be valid, it should be raised power 5. That's x plus I, then raised power 5. Then the other one should be raised power 3.
What reference point do you think they are trying to mirror question 4 to? How they look at it again?
Uh,
Are you having trouble with it? Joshua Duru, do you want to help
yeah.
Kayode on it? Joshua, Joshua, Joshua is not there. Jennifer,
Yes, I'm here.
okay, Jennifer, do you want to help Kayode on it? Is D valid?
Okay, D, X is moving to times 6, so it accumulates 6 times. Y is at times 5, so it accumulates 1 to get to times 6. And Z is at times 8, so if you discount twice to get to times 6, I think it's valid.
Okay. So Kyle, did you see where you made a mistake? Kyle,
I didn't really hear what she said.
now you have to know at what reference point. So look at the first. They are telling you that X is accumulating 6 times. So it means you're at point 6. So at point 6, bring all the flows to point 6. All the flows to point 6. Now you can see since this one is moving forward, is moving by accumulation, and this one is moving by discounting. So it moves 6 times, X from 0 to 6. 5 to 6 is 1, so it moves by 1, and 8 to 2 is 2, it reduced by 2, so 4 is valid. 4 is valid. And let's see who else is there. Mary. Is Mary there? Is Mary there or Mogini, if I'm correct, if I'm correct with the pronunciation? Mary, are you there?
I'm here.
Is number 5 valid?
No, it's not valid.
Why?
Because if we make time 4 the reference,
Yeah.
and from like our y is at time 5.
Okay.
Discounting is not, we have to like discount from time 5 to time 4, but this one they accumulated from time 0 to time 4, and then our z you have to also, they discounted to time 4 again.
So what is wrong in the equation?
I think is the time.
Which of them is wrong? What would make E?
The
You are
E
correct.
is not.
Yeah, what would make E valid? What are they missing in E? That if they add, it will be correct.
If they add,
Yes. What should they add to it to make it correct?
probably the discount y.
Probably. You're not sure?
I think the discount y.
Are you sure? Or I should ask someone to help you out?
I probably ask someone to help me out. So,
Okay,
but I know this.
Oziama, what do you think?
Okay, so
You
why
can start
you said
solving
what?
the question that I wrote though, so that we can leave. We can go on break by 2. Oziama, what do you think? Sorry, can go on break by 8.
7. It's sorry. Okay, E is not valid,
Okay.
and what would make it valid is if Y is I think discounted.
You think or you are
Yeah.
sure?
Sorry, let me just say that. Yes, if it's discounted, yes.
Okay. So
If
like
it's
X is
discounted
moving.
once.
Yeah, X is
Yes,
moving
so X
forward.
is accumulating up until 4, time 4. So Y would be discounted up until time 4, from time 5 to time 4. And then Z would go all the way back, discounted all the way to time 4. So you'd have to discount Y once.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So Mary, I hope you notice now. You had mentioned it, but it's just how to write it. X is going forward 4 times, which is 4. Y is going backward just once. Difference between 4 and 5. So you need to V. And then Z is going back 4 times. 4. The difference from 8 to 4 is what? V4. So you need to add V to make E valid. Okay, so now please within the next 3 or 4 minutes, just try to solve this question, because this is the first place we'll have to use the calculator to solve this question. So just attempt. I want to see if I have the calculator here on this. If not, let me try to download it.
Is that 125 for one?
Sorry. So Kayode deposits X into a fund with effective interest rate of I. He can either withdraw 300 at the end of 3 years, or withdraw 170 at the end of 2 years and 125 at the end of 4 years. In both scenarios, the fund is 0 after the last withdrawal. Calculate X. So So yeah, so calculate it and let me just see the calculator if it's here. Not
Please, the question.
sorry, you ask someone. I want to check calculator quickly. As you can see, oh, okay, I have the calculator.
Please, are we giving the interest?
No, no, you're not giving. You're not giving the interest rates.
Okay, and then the last thing you wrote, is it 125 at the end of 4 years?
Yeah, it's 125. Something is wrong in your answer. Someone that just dropped an answer. Something is wrong in the answer. The values are correct. Okay. Yeah. Correct. Okay, guys. It's time for break. Yeah, for the next 10 minutes, stretch around and the rest. And then I would drop the. I've dropped like two questions on the chat because we'll not have time to come back to it if after the break if we come back to it. So, um, yeah, let's go for break, and then when we come back, I'll do the solution to this question after the break, and then we can briefly enter annuity. I'm not sure we can finish annuity today, but if we can't, we'll find a way another time to fix it. So see you by 8:15. Okay, guys. Are we ready to continue? Or do we need more? Are we ready to continue?
Please let's continue.
Okay. So, number line for this particular question. There are two options. Withdraw at the end of 3 years. So 3 years, 300. At the end of 2 years, 170. And at the end of 4 years, 125. So both funds are equal. So it means let's take all of them to 0.0. So it means at 0.0, 300 V3 is equals to 170 V2 plus what? 125 V4. And the easiest way, if you did not have the calculator I told you about, what you have done is simultaneous equation to look for V. If you don't have the calculator, you'd have a simultaneous equation of 5V squared minus 300 V plus 170 is equals to 0. You solve simultaneous equation to get V is equals to 0.9172 and V is equals to 1.4828. V cannot be great. V would not be greater than 0 because if it's greater than 0, it means I is negative. So V is equals to this, and then you just do 300 V cube to get your X. But for this question, I would use the calculator. So I hope everybody can see me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm going to use one function in the calculator, something different. And is this called cash flow? This CF means cash flow. So when I press the CF button, I want to clear the cash flow. Second function, CAC, means clear workbook. So I've cleared the workbook. Now this is CF. Let me check. Okay, yeah. So now in CF, you have CF0. It means cash flow at times 0. If I press it down, cash flow at times 1. F means how many times is that particular cash flow, and then like that. Now, if you notice, for this particular cash question, I don't have cash flow as 0.0, right? I don't have cash flow at 0.1. F1, I put 1. Cash flow at 0.2, I have, and that is what? 170. So I put 170, I press enter, 1, because it's just 170 is repeating 1. Cash flow at time 3, yes, I have 300. I press enter, I move to 1, just one element. Cash flow at time 4, I have what? 125. I press enter. And let's go back again. Since I don't have any cash flow again, stop. Cash flow at 0. If my screen is freezing at your end, is your spot to go out and come back because I can see myself. Cash flow at 0, there's no amount at 0.0, so it's 0. Cash flow at time 1, we don't have any amount, is 0, and it's repeating once. That value is repeating once, so it's just 1. Cash flow at 2 is 170, and it's repeating once. Cash flow at 3 is 300, is repeating once. Cash flow at 4 is 125, is repeating once. Now, when I'm putting on my cash flow, what do? I want to look for the interests. So I press this IRR, right? Please, is it frozen? I want to be sure that that person that's mentioned is just their side. Is everybody experiencing the same thing?
It's not frozen
No.
from my end.
Okay. So if it's frozen your end, it has to be your network. So when I'm in IRR, I can see that IRR is 0. Then I press this CPT function. Oh, I'm having an error somewhere. What mistake am I doing? Let me go back to CF. 0, 0. Oh, I've done something wrong. Sorry. 1 enter. 175. Sorry, 175 enter. 300 enter. 95 enter. Okay, CPT.
I'm sorry,
IR.
Matthew, it's 170, not 175.
Okay, thank for that. 170 enter. Okay, CPT IRR. What's wrong? Wait, I'm coming. Sorry. Let's let's look here. If you notice, I made something. Now, this is coming back. Let me change the screen. So let's see. So you should know the mistake I made, which you should be conscious of. That's why it's giving me error. Now, this everything is supposed to be on a single file. So it means I'm supposed to have 170 v square plus 125 v4 minus 300 v3 must be equal to 0. If you notice earlier, I have 170 C2. I imputed 300 C3. That's why when I'm trying to calculate the IRR, it's giving me error. And you have error when you're having a value. So when you have error, so there are different error, but when you have error 5, it means you're having infinite number of outputs, which should not be. So clear. So let's go back to CF. So this is supposed to be negative 300. Yeah. So go back to IRR and then press CPT. Hey, something is wrong here. CF is 0, 0, 1, 7, 3, minus enter. Let's check again from the beginning. 170 minus 300, 125. So IRR and CPT. Now, the IRR value you get is you get the I directly. Your I is what? 9036316. If I want to calculate 90326 rather. So let's note 90326. Now I'm going to put it into this NIY PV PMT FV. Let me explain. N is the number of years. I is the interest per year. PV is the present value. PMT is the payments pattern, and FV is the future value. Now, this value I have is the interest, so I put it in IV, right? 300 is the what? The future amount. I want to calculate PV. I put it in what? FV. There's no amount in 0. And then I want to calculate 3 is the number of years. And then I do CPT and PV, which is 23144. Is that what we got? Is that what everybody got? 23145. The
Yes, sir.
negative sign that you are seeing is because present value and future value cannot be in the same time. That is the same error I had there. Present value minus future value will be equal to 0, or future value minus present value is equal to 0. So you can see that one of them have to be in a negative sign for you to have an equation it can solve. If you put both of them in the same sign, you're going to have a different answer. So do you understand the process of how I got this value using CF and using this part together?
Not
Is
at
it clear, or
all.
I should do it again?
Please do
I
it
believe it
again.
again. I don't understand
Please
what
do
you
it again. Please do it again.
Okay. So I want to clear everything. Second function, see, clear. I'm clearing out the workbook. No, second function, clear. We have our equation to be what? 170 v square plus 125 v4 minus 300. It means it is at time 2, it is at time 4, it is at time 3. Right? And this is supposed to be negative so that they are all equal. So what I do is I click on the CF, cash flow. Anytime I have a list of cash flow in respect to time value, that's why I say if you know your number line and your calculator, you can solve anything, because when you do your number line, you put them in form of cash flow, and then you can just input them in the calculator at any form to get. Now, cash flow. At point 0, we don't have anything. Point 1, we don't have anything. So we have to put 1 to show that in point 0, we have frequency 1. Because if we do not put anything in this frequency, we won't go beyond cash flow 0. So you press enter. Cash flow 2, you have an amount, which is what? 170. 170, and then enter. You don't need to press anything automatically to show cash flow 1, that there's 1 frequency. There are situations when you put more than 1 here. Example is, where's my pen? So I'm just checking something. Okay, yes. If you are trying to do something like, let's say, time 1, time 2, when we enter annuity, level annuity, and you have 50 year, 50 year, 50 year, instead of writing cash flow 1, 50, cash flow 2, 50, cash flow 3, 50, in the CF calculator part, you just do C01, you put 50, and when they say frequency 01, you put 3 times. Automatically, it knows that cash flow 1, cash flow 2, cash flow 3 is 50, and maybe the next is now 100. CO2, you put 100, and then you put 1. You already understand that this one is starting at time 4, and this one is time 1, time 2, and time 3. But if you have, let's say, 50 in time 1, 100 in time 2, 50 in time 3, 50 in time 4, you cannot do CO1 50 this. It's going to assume that 50 comes before 100. So for this one, you do CO1 50, put FO1 1. You do CO2 100, put FO2 1. Then you do CO3 50, put FO3 2. It will capture that. So frequency is the number of time that value is repeating until the next different value. So because we do not have, we put 1. Cash flow 3 is 300 negative. You press enter, just 1. And cash flow 4, you have what? 125. You press enter and you have nothing. So that is it. Now you can just confirm again: CF0 0, CF01 0, CF01 1, CF02 170, FO2 1, CO3 minus 300, equal to 1, CO4 125, equal to 1, and then that's so because we want to calculate the IRR is at the point where we have NPV and IRR. We get to data points. I don't know whoever is teaching you, but you can send message on the group and tell them if they are teaching you without the calculator. Maybe a later time I could just come and tell you how to do most of it on calculator. Because aside from this class, I will be taking it again. I think there are other tutors for other classes. So in case if all the other tutors do the teachings without the calculator, you could just send message to the admin or just drop the message on the chat. I don't know if I'm on the chat. Just send message or any of you that have my contact, which I think most of you have. Just beep me and then we could fix a time to do calculator of most of the classes. So a later point is where we use this NPV, but now we just want to calculate IRR. So you press IRR, it means you are trying to look for, meaning of IRR is interest rate of return. And then in interest rate of return, let's see, sorry. And then because I've solved it before, that's why second function clear. So I want to calculate the IRR and then it's showing 00, then I just press CPT. CPT means compute. So it does the computation and give you 90326. Which, as I said, if you're having error, it just means you should just double check your sequence. Maybe you are not making where should have been negative, positive, or maybe the value have multiple interests. So when you have multiple IRR, sometimes you have error. But then there are different error 1, error 2, error 3, error 4, but I can't be sure which one again is when you have multiple. Now, you've gotten your IRR. Now, this is another new computation. N is the number of years. IY is interest per year. PV is what? N is number of period. IR is what? Interest per year. PV is present value. PMT is payment period, recurring payments. FV is future value. So, because we want to use IR, again, they told us to calculate what? They told us to calculate S. And what do we know S to be? S is equals to what? 300 V13. The easiest way to calculate instead of using this 170 V2. So just use this one 300 V3X, which means that what? 300 is the future value you are discounting towards X, which is the present value. So I call this IR to be IY. I press IY. When I press IY, I remove it. YI. Let's see. So now I try to clear it so I can remove the IRR. If not, the IY will not go on this number. So I press IY. You must know that it will show equals to this. So it means it has captured it in IY. I've cleared. To be sure that it has captured it, I can press second function RCL. It means recall. I want to recall what value is there. To know, in order not to change value, I want to recall. So if I press second function, no, sorry. If I press RCL IY rather, I can see 90326, which means that the value is stored there. Now 300 is the future value. 300 future value. N is the number of period, as we know, is 3 years. So 3. I don't have any payment pattern. So 0. And then I now press CPT PV. It will compute the what? The present value. CPT PV. And I told you it's negative because it must have an equation. So what he did was like, he did 300 V3 minus X to be equal to 0 to give you value. That's why you see that what the value you have is having what? Negative. 231 dot what? 45. Is it clear? Is it clear now?
Yes, it is.
Only one person answered though. Everybody, is it clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
So with that function, you can perform a lot. But then let us quickly see how well we can run through annuity. If I can't finish it, definitely we would be able to find out.
Sorry, please, what's the value for X for this?
231.15, if I'm correct, right? So annuity. What is annuity? Annuity starting. Let's be guided. Now let me just tell you something. This concept, probability and FM, I know I've said it. Hey, by the way, before I continue, yeah, my Oga has been on the call for a very long time, and I did not acknowledge my Oga because my Oga now she can tell them not to pay me money again. I don't know if she's still on the call. Ah, try my Oga left before I acknowledged her. Let me continue. My Oga is not on the call. She's going to take one of the class. I think maybe like the last class. Most of you, a lot of you would know her, and a lot of you might not know her. She was part of our first set of NAS, NAS program, and she passed the exam at the first instance, passed all the other exams she has written at the first instance, and she has been going on a streak that even me myself I'm learning from her. It was Laura that was on the call, but she's no longer on the call. She left, but she's definitely going to be one of the tutor of the class because this is our best. This is our best exam. So yeah, I am doing level annuity. Now, what is annuity? Annuity is, we have something called annuity starting. Annuity starting is a regular amount of money that you have to pay, but for a certain period. So that's why I say annuity starting, because we have different type of annuity. We have whole annuity and the rest. Those annuity depends on the person surviving. But annuity starting, which is what we are majorly treating, is that it doesn't depend on the survival of the person. It just depends on the period. It depends on the period. So when I enter a deal and say, oh, okay, I'll be paying you 100 naira every month for the next 5 months. The 100 naira I'll be paying you, it doesn't depend on whether you are alive or you are not alive or you are dead or something. As long as I've entered into that boundary to you, I am meant obligated to what to pay it, and it is certain. So because of that, we have two types of annuity certain. We have two types. So dealing with annuity. I hope you're not tired. Are you tired? Should we call it a day? Should we call
Your
it a day?
screen is frozen, so most of the
Oh,
time,
but we
difficult
don't see
to
anything
catch
on
up.
your screen.
No, I've not written anything yet. I was just asking. So annuity certain. For annuity certain, a certain amount of money you have to pay. We have two forms. We have immediate and we have due. Immediate is when you start paying the money a period from when you make the commitment. So if I say, okay, I'm going to be paying Miriam $100 every month on immediate payments, what it means is that my next payment, I made the statement today, I will pay the money at the end of the month or the start of next period. So the first payment is at point one up to what? If I say I'm going to pay her for 10 period or 10 times, I'll be paying now from point one to what? the same amount from point 1 up to what? To point 10. This is what? Immediate. When I'm talking about due, I start from the point where I said it, and pay her up to what? To point 9. As you can see, for both of them, I will still pay 10 times. But when and how I start differ. For immediate, I start at point 1. For due, I start at what? Point 0. Which might look confusing because immediate should be like now, and due should be like later. But don't mind, that's not what immediate means. Immediate is what? One period from where I said the commitments, and due is what? Now. But I'll tell you why this is immediate and this is due. We use how to remember it is something in the formula later. So let's take a scenario of this. I feel I'll pay her a certain amount for 10 years. So let's say this 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, and 0.10. So I'll pay her A, dots up to A. What we've learned so far now is because of the starting point is at what? 0. What do we need to do? We need to what? Discount it to know how much do I need to save now to meet up to that what? Commitments that I have what? Put myself what? Into. Right? Because it is certain that I must pay her, it means I have to create a, is advisable to create a what? A portfolio that what? She wants to know how is there are two things. It's likely I create a portfolio that I can put the money to cover, or she wants to know how much that money will be currently so that I can what? If it's possible for her to collect the money now and invest it somewhere. Anyway, that is what annuity. Annuity is when you are bringing all the money forward. You are discounting. We have what we call accumulation. In accumulation, you are what? Taking it what? To the future. So they are the converse. So for annuity, for accumulation, the difference is what? You what? You 1 plus I this to give you accumulant, and then you what? You V accumulation to give you what? Annuity. So how do we do this? So technically, you know, what you'll be having is what? AV, because you are taking it 1, plus AV2, plus AV3, plus plus what? AV what? 10 will be equals to what? The value at this point. Let's call it B. The value here is what? B. So when you sum everything, which what we explained last time value of money, to what? To B. But since the A is common, we can take the A out and what? V plus V2 plus V3 plus V raised to the power of 10. And if you see, these things resemble something. Can anybody tell me what it look like? Can anybody tell me what this look like in maths?
Sum of
Geometric
geometric
series.
series.
Thank you. So it means we can, since we want to do it, we can find the sum of geometric series. And what's the sum of geometric series? Is equals to what? First term minus first omitted term divided by 1 minus the what? The common ratio or whatever. So it means you can have what? V open brackets 1 minus if R is less than 1, you use a different factor. If R is greater than 1, so let's assume, since we all know that V will always be less than 1, which we show from the last question that we treated, where you, if you have solved it manually and you have done quadratic equation, you would have fall for the one that was less than 1. You would have what? 1 is equals to what? V raised to power 10 divided by what? 1 minus what? V. Right? Am I correct? Nobody's answering me now.
Yeah.
All of you are tired.
Yeah,
Wow,
right.
listen.
So you're all tired. Now, if you look at it, am I correct? Oh, I'm not sure. V is equals to what? 1 over 1 plus I, right? So it means this can also be what?
Is the first term is the last is the first omitted term V10?
Yeah, if you count it, there are 10 numbers. So if we take out V here, the first is going to be 1, and then you have V up to V raised to power 9. And then if you do the R plus 1, if I'm correct, someone should calculation. So just jam in error anytime I'm Jaros. So anyway, so we can have what? V. We can have 1 minus 1 over 1 plus I, which the lower parts become what? Again, 1 minus V is equals to what? Can anybody tell me?
Ivy.
Eh?
D. D.
Ivy.
Yes. So D. And D is also equals to what in respect to I?
IV.
No, in respect to IV.
What?
But just call it only I.
I
That's I
over
over
I
1
over
plus
I
one
over
plus
one
I.
plus I.
I.
So, or you can write
1 over
IV
1
as you
plus
said. So if you see
1 plus I
V,
raised per minus.
V cancel what? V. This equation B will be equals to A open bracket 1 minus V10 raised to power what? I. So it means if I have n number of firm that I'm going to make a payment and not 10, it means the formula will be what? A 1 minus V raised to power n divided by what? I. This 1 minus V raised to power n is divided by I is equals to what? A is equals to A n. And this is the formula for annuity immediates. And this is where immediates came about, I. So when the base is I, it is what? Immediate. A n. Is it clear? So if you
Yes,
do
sir.
not remember anything I've said since morning, remember this what? Formula. Remember this formula that what? A n is equals to what? 1 minus V n over what? I. Similarly, like I told you, annuity and what? Accumulation. I told you that if you want to convert annuity to accumulation, you need to times by what? 1 plus I. So let's imagine sorry. So now let's imagine 1 minus Vn over I times 1 plus I raised to power n. If I multiply it, this equation becomes 1 plus I raised to power n minus 1 divided by what? I. So this is the formula for what? Accumulation. And how do we call it? We call it S of n factorial is equals to what? 1 plus I raised to power n minus 1 divided by what? I. Again, because it's immediate, it will be divided by what? I. Is it clear?
Yes.
Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Let's briefly do one example. Yes, and the other examples I'll be sending it to you to do. I'll be sending it on the this thing. So if you want to write these two formula, and then we can move on. And I'll solve one example, then I'll solve it manually, and then I will show you via calculator how to solve annuity immediate. So at least today, if the only thing I do is how to solve this one and I did not go further on it, maybe we've tried. An annuity immediate makes annual payments of 500 naira for 10 years using I feel like doing like two examples so I can show you two different ways and how they can switch questions and using the calculator. The main essence why I want to do multiple examples is not really because I want to stress you guys. I know you're tired, but it just so that you can see how they can change the question in the exam and how understanding of the calculator, which I mentioned is a very key factor in passing the exam without stress, is. So now, but let's see. Let's see how well we can all last on the call. Because even myself, easy. So now annuity immediate makes annual payment of what 500 naira for 10 years using an effective interest rate of 6% per annum. Calculates A, the present value of the annuity, and B, the accumulated value of the what? Of the annuity. I hope you got the question. 500 for 10 years.
Please repeat the question again.
An annuity immediate makes annual payment of 500 for 10 years using an effective interest rate of 6% per annum. Calculates A, the present value of the annuity, B, the accumulated value of the what? Of the annuity. So I believe you can try to solve it. Why this thing keep hanging? I don't know why this free for word is hanging. Guess I have to go and download maybe whiteboard.
6%, right?
Yeah, 6%. So okay, first thing, the main thing why I'm drawing number line, not that you cannot do this without number line, but I'm just teaching you for later time how number line is important when you start doing increasing and the rest. So they say it's annuity immediate. So the first payment is one period ahead. 500, 500, dot, 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 500, 500. So we are bringing all of them to 0.0 since it's immediate. So how we calculate it is 500 V plus 500 V square plus dot, dot, dot plus 500 V9 plus 500 V10, which we know should be what? 500 open brackets 1 minus V10 divided by what? I, which is equals to 500. Calculator user 1 minus 1 plus 6% raised to power minus 10 divided by what? 6%. If you use your calculator, what will you have? 3680.
3,680.04.
Yeah. A. For B is a bit different since you are moving them forward. If you start by this and this and this, you'll be able to get 500 1 plus I raised to power 9 plus 500 1 plus I raised to power 8 plus dot 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 plus 500, which if you do it, you have 500 is equals to what? 1 plus I raised to power 10 minus what? 1 divided by what? I. And when you calculate this, what will you have?
6,590.46.
6590.46. 0.
3.
Okay. So let's go to calculator. How do we calculate this using the calculator? So I want to clear everything. Now let me recall that there's nothing inside here. So let me clear. Okay, so let me recall again that there's nothing inside here. This one is annoying. Sorry, let me recall again if there's anything here. Call. Oh, pardon. Call. Okay, so now remember I told you N is what? The term. I is what? The interest. PV is equals to the present value. PMT is equals to the payment value, and FV is equals to the future. Now, at the top of this, second function, clear TVM. That's what I was looking for. Now, second function, clear TVM is to clear all the values that is inside this place. All the values that are here is second function TVM. Now, for the first question, we know that 510. So now there's things on top of this. This clear TVM is to clear all the values inside here. This BGM is what differentiates whether your calculation is beginning or ending. How do you do it? Second function PMT. The default is end. It means the default is immediate. Remember, I told you that immediate is the payment you pay at point 1, which is also the payment you pay at the end of the period you made the statements. The default is what? That. If you want to change it, that you do CP second function enter, which what? Set it. How will you know you've changed it? At the top of what? Of your calculation format, you see BGN. So if you on your calculator and see that it's showing BGN and you are dealing with what? Annuity immediate, just do second function PMT and second function set, enter rather, and change it to what? End. For end, you will not see anything at the top. You won't see any BGN. Always check that. Always remember to what? To check it and to change it, because it's going to change the value of your answer. And on the exam, or you will see answer that are for both BGN rather, and END. So in order for you not to make mistake in your value, always double check. This particular question that we are dealing with is end. So that's the default, and we not see any BNG. So that's clear. N is 10 years. So 10 years, N. We'll be coming later to explain what all this means, but let's just say it's per the period that we are. N is what? 10. Interest is what? 6, right? Please tell me. Interest is 6, right? So I should not switch page.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, it is.
6.
Yes.
And then we are trying to look for present value. We do not know. So let's leave that one. Future value. We are not concerned with future value. The only thing is we know that there's repeated payments. So that's PMT. PMT is what? 500. Remember, I told you that. So future value we do not know. Remember, I told you that you either have to use one of them has to be positive or negative. So since I put PMT as positive, it means PV will have to be what? Negative. So if I do, how do you calculate CPT PV? CPT and then PV, which is the answer we got, 3680.0435. I hope that's clear.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now that you have your PVT, the second question says you should look for your accumulation factor. There are 2 ways you can do it. Is either we go again and start the whole question and do PVT is equals to 0 and the whole stuff, and then look for the FV. That's a way to do it. Then we look at what the future value is. But you can easily, when you know the future value, you can easily get when you know the present value, you can easily get the future value. What you just need to do is make PMT is equals to 0, so that if you recall, N is still 10, interest is still 6, you have your present value, you want to do your future value, you just do CPT future value, and you have 6590, which is the answer we got. That's, you just have to change your PMT to 0 and then your future value that. Or second way to do it. Second way to do it is write your equation back again. N is equals to 10, interest is equals to 6, present value you do not know, payments is 500, and then you do CPT FV, and then you get the reverse again, negative, because PMT is 0, PV is 0, PMT is positive, then FV has to be what? Negative, so that the sign are what? Constants, and the signs are what? Opposites, and you still have the same answer as 6590 without knowing the what? Your PV, depending on how the question is what is structured. So this is, with this function you can calculate annuity immediate or annuity due. You just need to switch it into BGN or what? END. Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
So
trying
please
to
ask
put
the
my hand so I
question.
don't understand.
Okay, what's the question, please?
Okay, so when I did the first one on the calculator, I got the PV 3680. But then you
Okay.
said to do for future value, I should equate PMC to 0, right?
Yes.
So I
Yes.
did
Just
that and I still got the future value to be 6590. So my question is, why are we equating PMC to 0?
because you do. So if you did not equate PNC to 0, it means you are trying to say, if I have a present value of 360 and I'm still paying, is that's what you ask is for question that regards topic like loan. Example, for loan, or you are doing an investment, that if I pay a loan amount, if I collect a loan amount of 1 million now, and I'm paying 50-50, let's say I'm paying 1 million, I'm going to pay 500 there, 5,000 every month. How much will remain at point 10 is what you do if you keep PMT with a value. But remember, how we move from annuity to immediate is just to multiply by time. What we are doing is 0 is what? PV, X, point 10 is what? FV. There is no value in between them. So that's why you have to make PMT 0. But if you pull PMT as value, it means you have a starting of this. When you pay all this amount, how much is left for your what? FB? You will not have the same amount as we just got, which is 659. So is it clear?
Okay, so that means the calculator recognizes PV as 3680 at this point and not at 0 as initially.
No, he recognizes that point 0. It's just that it does not recognize any payments in between. That's why we put PMT to be 0. If you don't put PMT as 0, it would recognize all the other payments. So let's just check out to show you the difference. So N is equals to 10, 6%, PMC is 500, and then we do CPT of PV 3680. If I just, so you said we should just look for FV. If I do CPT of FV, you can see the value I'm getting. Can you see? And
I'm seeing
everybody else see?
PV on my area.
So I'm sure it's a network. Everybody else, can you see? Failure to make PMT 0. Can you see the answer we're getting?
Yeah.
Yes, I can see it.
So, and that's not the answer we should get, right?
Yes, sir.
So that is why you have to do PMT on the calculator so as to get what you have to get. Should I I don't know. I'm looking at time, but I want to give you question regarding um yes, please just permit me. Let's just solve one more question. It's similar. I hope everybody have downloaded the calculator, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I want us to solve this question, and I want to say you. I've forgotten, but I want you to remind myself. Now, a loan of 30,000 is repaid with equal quarterly payment of X. A loan of 30,000 is repaid with equal quarterly payment of X at the end of every quarter over a 4 years period. The annual nominal rate is 4% compounded quarterly. 4% compounded what? Quarterly. Determine what? X. Determine what? X.
Please, can you take it again?
Yeah, a loan of 30,000 repaid with equal quarterly payment of X at the end of every quarter over a 4 year period. The annual nominal rate is 4% compounded quarterly. Determine what? X.
Determine what?
Determine X.
I'm having 2038.34.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. 2038.34. Now, can you just explain to me how you calculated it?
Okay, the is a 4 year, is a quarterly payment,
Okay.
and they said the loan of 30,000 is repaid with equal quarterly payment of X at the end of every quarter over 4 year period. So my N is 4 times 4, that is 16, right? Then my I, since it's at a nominal rate, I have to convert it. So 0.04 divided by 4 should give me 1%. So I'm using 1% as my I. Then, hello?
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
I can
Then I'm
hear
using
you.
1% as my I. Then I'm having 30,000 as my PV. And then X A angle NI. I solve it that way. 30,000 equals to X A angle.
Okay, so
And
now yeah, that's how to solve it. So everybody, can you see the calculator, right?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
based on what she did is she had to convert it somewhere, right? and then and then do the rest. So hey, let me go back. It's not what I'm doing now, but let me go back. Can you see this on on number 2? There's a symbol called I convert. Can everybody see it?
Yes, sir.
Now,
It's
I'm
symbol called
explaining
what?
it. I convert is conversion, interest conversion. That's the full meaning, but it's called I conv. On every of your calculator, you see it. As I'm remembering, I'm just trying to explain some of the functions of this calculator. What you do with that is when you want to convert a nominal interest to an effective interest rate, which is something you did in the last class. So I don't know if the person that taught in the last class taught you how to use the calculator to do that. Did they?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No.
So now, second function 2 will take me to I convert sheet. And there are 3 things there. You have norm, which means nominal rates. You have EFF, which means effective rates. And you have CY. This is convertible per year. So if they give you as much as it is nice to know how to do it in paper, which I tell you that the 2 strategies for passing this exam is number line and then the calculator. How good you are in the calculator. So as much as it's good to know how to solve it on paper, it's better to also know how to use the calculator. So now, if you are given an effective rate to be 10, just press 10, and you want to convert it into a quarterly rate. What you do is what? Quarter, how many times do you convert? It means 4 times. So you press 4 here, and then you go to the nominal and press what? CPT. Now, the value you have here is the same value as I4. The value you have is what? I4. So it means if your interest is what? If your effective interest is what?
4%. 4%.
I'm digressing. If your effective interest is 10%, your I4 is what? 9.6 9.6455. It means if I want to change it again to say, oh, what is I12? I just need to come to this CY and do what? 12, enter, and then go to this nominal and do CPT. You see, he has changed it again without stress. Converts everything for me. Or if they gave me 4% to be my nominal, and then convertible 4 times, and I want to change it to an effective rate, I just need to what? Press 4 in nominal, go to CY to press 4, and then the effective put CPT, and you can see it convert it for me quickly. So even though it's good to know how to use to write it down, also know how to use these words, functions. Is it clear?
Yes,
Is
sir.
this function clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Only one person answer. Is it clear?
Yes, it's clear, sir.
Okay.
Please,
Sorry,
can you go over it again? It's really not clear. Sorry.
I said, is it clear? Is it clear? Is it clear? Second function 2, I convert. There are 3 formulas there. You have NOM, which stands for nominal rates. You have EFF, which stands for effective annual rates. And you have CY, which stands for what? It stands for your what? Convertible per yearly. This is annual effective year rates. This is nominal yearly. This is how many times are you converting it. So I gave a scenario. If you have a 10% rate, I want to find what is the nominal rates at point 4. Come to CY and press 4, and then go to nominal and then do CPT. It converts it for you to 4. If you want to convert it to 12 straight up, you know your effective is still 10. So change this straight to 12 and then go to your nominal and press CPT and it converts it to you to what 12 is. If you realize that, oh, it's by a semi-annually you want to do, not monthly, that we just did, just change it to 2, right? And go to the what? To the nominal and do CPT. It converts it for you to what? To 2. I was also saying that if it's the nominal that you know your nominal is 9%, right? And you want, but it is convertible what semi-annually, and you want to know what is the annual effective rate, put the nominal, put the convertible per year, and then effective, just press CPT. So a 9 nominal rate is equals to what? 9.2025. Is it clear?
Yes.
So you can use the question that you saw previously during the last class on annual, how to convert nominal to annual rates, annual effective rate, and then use the calculator to test all those numbers that you got. Anyway, now this particular question which I solved, that she just solved for us, which she did in a way. What she did is, because it's a 4%, I told you this about a period. This is the years, this is the interest, this is PV, and this interest IY is majorly always the effective rates. The effective rates. So not annual effective, the effective rate. Now, because they gave us the value in nominal rates, and we are trying to find the investment was done quarterly. So what she did is she converted the nominal quarter rate to effective quarter rate, right? Which is, since it's 4%, she divided by 4, so it's 1. So she did 1% for the nominal rate, and we're told that it's 4 years, and there are 4 quarters in a year, so it means there are 16 quarter period in 4 years. So she did 16 in N, and then our present value is 30,000 negative PV, future value is 0. So what is the PMT, CPT, PMT? 2038. We all got this, right? We all know how to solve it like this, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, I want to teach you another way to solve it. And let me introduce another function. And after this, I will call today off and we'll find another time to continue the class. I can see that we are all saturated, and I know it's a lot of things, learning the material and also learning the calculator. So now, how do you do it in another way? And we should still get the same answer. We were given 4% normally. Remember, I said this IY is effective, right? Right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So now I want to add it up. It is not just only effective, it can also be nominal, depending on. It is effective because there is something that is declared. Just like as I mentioned here now, that because we did not see anything here, we know that this is annual immediate, because we know that the default is what? END. We can switch it to due. And how do we do that? We do second function what? PMT, to switch from what? Immediate to due, right? Please, I want to be sure you are with me. Are you with me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now the default for IY is effective, but we can change it. How do we change it? This PY you see here is what we call payments per year. And let's look for the default. So second function IY, it shows you PY. PY means the payments per year is 1 period. And if you press down, it has another function, CY, which means the convertible per year is 1. And because the convertible per year is 1 and the payment per year is 1, it is why it is what? An effective rate. It means you are paying a payment once as you are converting the interest once. But if you have a variance in the conversion and the payments, you can what? You can change it. But let's start with a simple one. If I say, okay, I'm making payments semi-annually and I'm also converting semi-annually, what do I do? Remember, semi-annually is 2. I just come to payment per this thing and I press 2. and enter. Immediately I change PY to 2, you see automatically CY change to also what? 2, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's clear. And let's clear again and check it out. Okay, see, PY is 1, CY is 1. If I change PY to 4, CY will automatically change to what? To 4. But let's go back again. If I change CY to 4, PY did not change because this is dealing with converting in payment, converting of interest, and this one is different, converting of payments. There are cases where I think when you advance further in annuity, I don't know whether I'll see the one that I take it or one of those classes, is where they will tell you that payments more convertible than what? Than the interest, or interest more convertible than the payment. And you want to use this calculator to do it. This is how you differentiate. This is in respect to payments, this is in respect to conversion of interest. So when we convert interest, automatically it doesn't mean that the payment is also going to be converted. But when you do the payment is converted, the calculator changes the CYT automatically. If you have a different variant, you change it. So that is that. But again, because like I said, one is effective. Now, this particular question is nominal, and we know that the payments and the interest is convertible at the same time. The interest is convertible quarterly, the payment is convertible quarterly, and we know quarter is what? 4. So I will change the payment to what? 4 times. So automatically CY will be changed to 4. It means the value I put in IY is no longer going to be an effective value. It's going to be a nominal value. Is it clear before I continue?
Left with me, oh, sorry.
So what's not clear?
Understood the first one you did, the interest conversion is second and second and 2, right? But this one you're doing with second and IY, I don't understand it.
So the default is 1. And when the default is in 1, it is effective rates. Do you understand that? That's why when we put in those values earlier, we have to use effective results. We have to use effective quarterly rates. We have to use effective period. And we have to what? Put all the numbers effective form. Do you understand how we solved it earlier? And we got the answer that we got. Is it clear?
Okay. Okay.
Now, we want to change, instead of using an effective interest rate, we want to change it to a nominal interest rate. Is it clear?
Yes.
So in changing to nominal rate, we do second function of the interest. It takes us to the PYCY. And I'm telling you in the PYCY, if you want to change payments, automatically when you change payments, it changes the convertible. But if you change the convertible, it doesn't automatically change the payment. So you have to be careful when you are changing to be sure what you want. Do you want both of them to change, or you just only want one to change? Because we want to convert everything into a nominal, we will change the payments, which will automatically change the convertible. Is that clear?
Okay, so how do you change the payment?
Just like input the number. If it's semi-annual, it means the payment is what? Twice, and the conversion is twice. I just need to change PY to 2. CY automatically change to 2. If it's quarterly, it is 4 times. When I change it to 4, PY to 4, CY automatically change to 4. If it's monthly, if I change PY to 12, CY automatically change to what? To 12. If it's force of interest, a constant force of interest, if I change PY to 365 days, CY automatically change to 365. But for this particular question, we note that it is quarterly, so it is 4. I just press 4 and enter. And you can see as PY is 4, CY is now 4. Is it clear? Is it clear now?
Okay,
Yes,
yes.
Okay. So remember, all this thing is zero. All this value here is zero. So now, what did the question say? The question said that the nominal rate is now what? 4%. The nominal rate is what? 4%, right?
Yes, sir.
Hello? So I'll put
Yes, sir.
4. I'll put 4 here. You can see IY, I now put 4. Right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a lot. Should I allow you to enter a bit? Should I give you like 1 minute to enter your head before I continue? Nobody's saying anything.
I just continue like this again to discuss.
Okay. So we've left the second function of PMT. We've left the second function of FV is to clear everything. Second function of PMT is to change from immediate to due. Let's leave second function of PV for now. This is amortization. That's where we deal with loan. Second function of IY is to change from effective to nominal and to change payment convertible or interest convertible. Right? So now the next one we're going to do is second function of N, which is XPY. Now XPY, that thing, who answered the question earlier? Sorry. Who gave me the answer to the question that we just solved?
I'm the one, sir.
Okay. You did something like 4 times 4 for the period to get 16, right? What
Yes,
you
sir.
did is what? You did M times what? Times the period, and you got what? 16.
16, yes, sir.
Yeah. Remember, we've put no vex on hard. That's the advantage of doing something for free. Sorry, there is advantage, no? They will just be giving you free video. So now 4. But I don't poof, I won't press 4 automatically into N. What I will do is I'll press second function of what? This. See, because you know that the payment is 4 convertible. So when I do second function of N, it multiply the years that I have with the payment convertible to 16, which is 4 times 4. And then I use that as my value for what? N. Sorry. Hey, sorry. I do 4 and I press N. Sorry. 4, second function, N, 16, and then N. If our payment pattern was 1, and I've used this second, so let me go back to show you. Let me put this one back to 1. And let me do that same thing I just did now that I calculated 16. 4, second function, XP. You see, it still gave me 4 because the default is what? Is 1. Is it clear?
No, this
Yeah.
second one, this last one you just did
Come
is not
again,
fine.
sir.
Okay. Now, I'm trying to tell you what the function, the second function of what N, this XPY is doing. It is multiplying N times the payments period. I told you P per year is what? Payments per year. How many payments do you make in a year? That's what this P slash Y means. This I slash Y is interest per year. The C slash Y is what? Convertible per year. So if you are jotting down what the form, what the calculator, what it means, at least by now you should know. IY interest per year or per yield or per period, but per year. PY is payments per year, and XY is what? Number of times per what? Per payments per year. And again, because I said we are doing nominal, the default is 1. So technically, if I just put 4 and I do second function XPY, 4 times 1 is 1. If I change this payment to 2 and it's 2 and I press 4, second times what? XPY, I will get 8 because it's timesing the number times the what? The payment per year, which I've changed to 2. Then that's the value I now put as what? As N. But for this particular question, the nominal is what? 4, which is quarterly. I change to 4. Then the number of period is 4. Instead of me calculating it in my head or calculating of another way in another book, I just put 4 and do second function xp/y, and then it give me 16, and then I just press N to capture it as what's my time period. Is it clear? So
It's a bit clear. I'm doing it, but I get the PY16, but it doesn't change. It doesn't allow me to put it as N.
you now press N. After you got to your 16, you press N. Have you pressed N?
Okay, hold on.
Just press N after you've gotten the value, and then N, you see N beside it to 16. So let me write the two ways to get to solve it. So maybe someone wants to capture it and the rest. So there are two ways. The first way is I'll write all the formula so you can know P/Y N I/Y. Yes, these are the things you change. When is 1 and when this one is 4, N you will put what? 16. This one you do S/what? P/Y times 4, you will get 16 too. So N is still 16. Your IY here, you put 1%. That's 4% divided by 4, you get your 1. For this one, you put 4% directly. Your PV will still be what? Minus 30,000. And here will still be what? Minus 30,000. Your FV is 0, 0. And your PMT, you just press CPT. So why I had to show you those ones is sometimes when you on your calculator, you do not, someone might have changed this PV. So that's why you must always double check. You have to double check this PY, what value is showing. You have to check this BNG, what value is showing. Because you might be getting a different answer. You definitely get a different answer when you solve it. So let's recall, here is 16, here is 4, here is 0, here is 0, here is 0. So, okay, now 30,000 negative PV feature 0, and what? PMT is what? CPT PMT. And you have 2038. Is that the answer we got?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's see common mistake. Common mistake is this place you've done it to before. You now put 4 here. Notes, not 16. You put 4 here too. The PV is 0, you put 30,000 here, and then 0 as FV, and then you see the answer you got? Higher, because you are saying that you are making you finish the payments in 4 period, which is same thing as just in a year. So you need 7,688 to finish the payments in a year instead of what? In 16 periods. Because N is always the period. N will always be valid to be the period. You just need to convert by the payment to make it same. So this is how much you pay. This one error you can make. So if you put it back in 16 and look for CPT PV, hey, sorry, recall 16 4. Oh, sorry. PV. Now you see what you should guess. Let's say another possible error. You actually put year 16 like the former one. You did not know that they've changed P/Y to what? To 4 convertible. You thought it was still 1. You put 1 here. You put 30,000 here. You put your FV. You put it. You wanted to use this what? You wanted to use the first method, but you did not check P/Y. Unknown to you, P/Y has been changed to 4. You thought it was still what? The default 1. And then, see, it is 4, but you thought it was 1. So you had used same 16, you have used 1, same PV, this FV0, and then you do your formula. See what you got? 1915. So always make sure that you check whether it's beginning. Those are the pitfalls of using calculator. If you do not check it and then you go and do it, you will get an answer, and they are way aware of this. They will put an answer that you use your calculator to solve, but making all those errors, and then they would what? You just get the answer, but then the answer is wrong. Is it clear? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I know we are tired, and trust me, that is the last place I'm ending. As much as I know there's a lot, but I also understand that we are human beings. And when I start talking, I used to forget time. So it's not easy. This is almost like 3 hours. No, this is almost like 4 hours. Almost. Even myself, I did try. So we would definitely converge some other time. So I'm very sorry for taking your time. I hope you guys will accept my apology. Eh?
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank you
you
for the
guys don't
class,
even
sir.
accept my apology. You're so angry with me. Sorry. I won't try that again.
We're
Angry
not
K.
angry, sir.
No,
Ah,
we
I'm not angry,
really
sir.
I won't try it
learned
We're
lots
again.
from
not
the class.
angry.
Instead of using 4 hours, I'll go and read for my exam that is next month. Should you guys, the exam is CFA. I'll use the time to read for my exam. So please try to practice. I know it's a lot. I've bombarded you with a lot of things, notes, and then the calculator. So please try to practice. I still have annuity due to talk about. I still have continuity annuity. I still have annuity with various different dates, because this one will show that the date is easy, 111. There are dates that can be going 2 times, that you make 1 payment and then they make the next payment another 2 period ahead. I still have perpetuity. I still have unknown interest. I still have varying interest. There's still a lot to discuss. So I don't know. Whenever you feel we can do it, we can come back again to do it, and then would, if not, maybe the next person. I don't know, but finalize and then you guys should get back
Can we
to me.
have
But
a
thank you.
class tomorrow?
Huh? What do you
Can we
say?
have a
It's
class
can tomorrow.
tomorrow?
It's
I
can
said, can
tomorrow
we
Yeah.
for
have a
you.
class tomorrow?
If you want to do class tomorrow with me, you would have to wake up in the middle of the night. You have to wake up by midnight to be able to do class with me tomorrow, because of tomorrow is Sunday service for church, so it will not really work. But let's see during the week, if the week is going to work. I'm going to tell you, and the rest something this like in the evening. So you guys should decide during the week evening, and let me see what day to follow. Let me just look at my calendar. Monday from 12. Monday 12. Monday 12. Monday 12. My class end by 12. 12 to. Okay, Monday. So I'm free on Monday. We can still find like 1 hour or 2 hours to do 2 hours to do on Monday from 12 o'clock, which is 6 p.m. Nigerian time. If that's going to be fine. 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Is Toby still on the call so that you guys can finalize if we can do it. 6 p.m. on Monday, or someone should help me to just note down the time and you can discuss with yourself and come back to me. 6 p.m. so I can schedule 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Monday is going to be fine with me. On Tuesday, no time is available on Tuesday. Tuesday, no time is available. Wednesday, no time. I have presentation to make on Wednesday. Thursday, no time is available on. Wait, let me check Thursday. Thursday 12. Thursday, I'm not. Wait, is Wednesday I have that presentation on Thursday? Oh yeah, Thursday, same time, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. is fine. I think and then Friday, Friday 6 p.m. to Friday we can do a bit early if it's fine with you. So Monday, Thursday, Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Anytime is fine. And then we can finalize the whole class. So you guys should decide and then get back to me. But thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time. And in case you have any issue with the calculator while you are solving question, do well to chat me up. I might not answer immediately for those that have ever chat me up, but I will definitely answer. So let me drop my number. You could just chat me up on WhatsApp and I would answer you when I answer you within a proper time. Trust me. Catch ya and later.
Thank you. Thank you.